Hi, everybody. Welcome to impromptu Beachathon sprints. These can be used more than just for Beachathon. We have the mid-year reading scramble still going on as well. And I know that Neva is representing one for next month, if you want to let us know what that's all about.
Okay, so Brianna from Pause the Book is hosting the amazing Readathon next month. I am a co-host of Team Yellow. Also, I'm hosting Team Yellow with Aoife from Pretty Purple Polka Dots and Bethany from Beautiful Bookish Bethany, I believe. I should know these things because I follow both of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of hosts too. It's a huge readathon.
Yeah, there are 15 hosts across multiple teams. Clearly, I'm Team Yellow. Okay, the best team. But it's based off of The Amazing Race, like the TV show, The Amazing Race game show. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. If you want to come do it, go to. I will have a yellow recommendation, like a yellow books video going up by Friday. But Bree has stuff there on her channel. There's like an announcement with like the Discord and all the things underneath it. So if you want, come do it.
Yeah, I know that there's all of the hosts seem to be, you're all like slowly making content to spread the word about it. So it's kind of like, honestly, just go to every single host page and you will see some type of promotion where they're saying like, hey, find yellow books, blue books, red books, everything in between. I'm going to be on Team Red just because at the moment I saw that like there were less people for that team overall, but now I don't remember. And what I feel stupid about is that the book I'm reading right now is the reddest book that has ever existed. And yet I'm reading it for this month and I intend to finish it soon. So I'm just going to have to find other red books on my shelf. It's fine. We have a few comments that came in. Hey of butterflies, welcome. Thanks for being here. And thank you so much for letting people know to hit the like button. I've heard that that is what gets people to see the post. And I think it like helps with the algorithm and everything. So thank you so much. I always forget to like ask people to do that because it feels weird. But yeah. Hi, Kaylan. Welcome. Hello. What are you all reading, by the way? Oh my gosh. Speaking of Bree, hello. Welcome to the comments. I hope that we are promoting your readathon while also doing Sarah's for Beachathon. But honestly, we are in good company. Neva is like rocking the promotion. So yeah, she's got you covered. No worries. Hey, Kelsey, you are eating dinner, then you'll be reading same time next summer. Oh my gosh, that sounds like a beachy romance. And I'm wondering if it's a part of a series. I could totally see that being a part of one. Let us know, though. Oh my gosh, I love it. Yeah. Hey, Bree, everyone say hello to like someone who is hosting the largest readathon and the most complicated one I've ever seen. Like, I'm so impressed and like intimidated in the best way. Hi, Laura. Welcome. We also see that ML is in the comments. Hello. I hope that you are, I think you're done, right, with your current like placement as far as the college that you're working for. And I hope you're enjoying your break in between. Red is the smallest team, but not by much. That's what I thought. I was going to say, I was like, I'm pretty sure that I joined the smallest team because also I have friends on every other team as far as hosts go. And I was like, nope, not choosing between my favorite parents. I'm not doing it. I was like, I'm not gonna do that. So yeah, that's why.
Yeah, because there's like me on yellow team, Brittany is on blue team, Margaret is on purple. Like we're all split up. I mean, Bree did that on purpose, I think.
Of course, that makes sense.
Yeah, because like it also creates like because Brittany and I do sprints all the time together, so like it creates like friendly competition.
Yeah, there you go. And it kind of like allows you to spread out to various parts of the booktube community, you know, so that it's not like, I don't know, so that you guys can interact with more people than just your group. Like I feel like if you and Brittany were on the same team, obviously the same people would gravitate towards the same team. Yeah, and you'd just be like just hanging out with friends, which is fine. You can hang out with your booktube friends, but it's like, let's meet new people.
It intimidates me a little because like a lot of the hosts, like I know who they are, but I don't feel like they know who I am at all. Like like Bethany, like I've followed Bethany for a long time, probably since like the pandemic, I would say. Like I was a lurker during the pandemic on BookTube.
Creeping
I
around.
liked things, but I didn't comment. Like I was that person. Like I was the person that like watched all of the things and like thumbs up everything, but I didn't actually comment on anything. So like I know who she is, but I don't feel like she knows who I am. And then Aoife and I only know each other like adjacently because like we're both friends with Bree, but we're also both friends with Michelle. So we've done sprints together, but not together. Like we've done
Yeah.
sprints with other people's channels when we're both on at the same time. But you know what I mean?
Yeah, like passing ships in the night, where it's like we
Yeah.
we have friends in common, but we aren't together, you know, or whatever it is.
But
Yeah,
we're not right. But like she probably wouldn't consider me her friend. You know what I mean? But we know the same people.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I am not a host, but I'm making a blue books on my TBR video tomorrow. Awesome, Laura. Oh my gosh. And honestly, that's just the largest team. So I feel like that's perfect. I think the most number of people are in need of blue book recommendations. So that's perfect. Also, I'm so excited. Hi, 21 readers. This is so exciting. I feel like let me know if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure you've never been able to get onto my sprints during this time. But honestly, if anyone who's like a member of Book Club of the Month, or was it Book of the Month, that subscription, 21 Readers, that's the subscription that you need to get onto, because she does a bunch of like videos about it where she gives reviews, gives predictions. And I'm no longer a member of Book of the Month, but I still devour her videos. So I highly recommend you check her out. I am reading a book called Manslaughter Park, a Jane Austen mystery. Ooh, who's the author of that? Because I know that now that I've looked into it, there's quite a few Jane Austen mystery series. Like the one that I'm currently like obsessed with follows Juliet Tilney and then the son of Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy. It's the Murder of Mr. Wickham. That's the first book in the series. If anyone's interested in that, it's very good. I'm still reading Legend by Marie Lu. I always want to say Mary, and it's so annoying that I do that because you can clearly see it says Murray. And also started like I don't. And my middle name's Marie, so I'm like, what am I doing? Like the last time Kaylan mentioned that, I said Mary Lou as well. Maybe because probably because it's a name. Mary Lou is a name that someone could be born with. Anyway, also started Give Me More by Sarah Kate. Ooh. Everyone has been so amazing promoting it. We have almost 300 people participating. That is crazy.
Same to me.
Yeah, that is so awesome.
We put so much like effort into this readathon because Bree was sharing stuff. I don't know with who else, but I know like I was seeing like early stuff for the readathon, and I was like, girl.
Yeah.
Maybe like my readathon where I was just like, here you go. I don't know what you're doing. You're welcome. But she put like so much time and effort and like blood, sweat, and tears.
Yeah, I believe it. And I've thought about it. I'm like, oh, that would be really fun to do a readathon. And then I'm like seeing something, for instance, the way like Bree's done it. I'm like, am I ready for that commitment? I was like, I don't know. That's really scary to think about, but it's awesome. So of Butterflies is currently reading Violent Delights, hoping to finish tonight. It's the last book I have for my TBR game this month. Oh my gosh, yes. You are like on track to finishing for the month. That's so exciting. I always, whenever I was doing TBR, lists and books, I was always like, I know I'm not going to finish it. That's just not what's going to happen because I don't know. I always bite off more than I can chew. So I've become a mood reader, I think, officially. We are listening to the new Riley Sager. I'm hooked. What is that called? I know that it has like a house on like a
new
cliff.
one is called, I don't know. I have it over there. The Lost something.
Speaking of, actually, 21 Readers has already reviewed it. So if anyone's interested in hearing her thoughts about it, I did see that video. And I still can't remember what it's called, but I know that she reviewed it. Oh, well. Yeah, it's like only one, something, I can't remember. After Monday, I'll be done. Grades are due then. Awesome. Oh my gosh, so soon. I split everyone up on purpose. Yep, Bree is confirmed. That's awesome. definitely wanted to spread the love and put different circles together. Yeah, I think that that's just a good idea because then it just spreads the community, lets people kind of get to know different content creators. Because I feel like I've already gotten to know a few content creators because of it for like those who are on the red team because I didn't really know anyone on it. Terza Price. Let me see here if I can pull this without causing disaster. I have the first one. Pride and Premeditation. This is obviously for Pride and Prejudice. But yeah, I didn't even realize that was part. I'm so bad that I have so many books. I don't even remember which series I actually own. So I have that first book, and I've been meaning to try it, but I might pair it with the audiobook. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I would want to do that or not, though. It is the third book in a companion series, but all are super good. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm almost 6 years into BookTube. I never would have done this before now. Yeah, I feel like that's honestly a really good point.
Yeah.
That, like, you're, at least from my perspective, you are a veteran. Like, you know what you're doing. You've been able probably to see how other people have done it, what's worked, what hasn't, especially as like a participant. I think it's really helpful to kind of think like, okay, what do I want to see in a readathon? What do I like? And what was I kind of not into? Because then it's like, what's the point of recreating readathons that didn't work super well? But yeah. Hi, Christina. Welcome. What are you reading? Or what are you doing? These can also be productivity sprints. Now I need to pick the 4 blue books I am picking to bring to Italy for 10 days. Oh my gosh, that's right. You're going to Italy. That's so exciting. I'm sure you're going to have the best time. And yeah, I think it's one of those things where you're like, I don't want to be without books, but I also like, you're going to be so busy. You're going to be sightseeing and traveling and everything and eating some delicious Italian food. So yeah, maybe choose some like short ones. Or can you find any that are like set in Italy? I feel like that would be really cool. I know that there's the Neapolitan series. I read the first book in that series and it's actually really good. I own book 2 and I haven't read it, but I'm pretty sure there's like a bluish background on those books, even though the covers are really honestly ugly. Like, I don't know what they were doing. I think it was Europa who was the publisher for that, but they're really good. Oh man, I didn't even read that comment. Hello, Carissa. Welcome. I will be coming back in a bit, going to eat totally fine. I hope you enjoy your dinner. Yes, book 1 was my favorite. Oh, good. Okay, awesome. Because I've kind of been nervous to read it and try it out. The only one left. Aha! I knew it was the only something.
I was like, I know it's something. The last, the only. I don't know, but
I remember a lot of O's, like big O's.
I try not to. I've been trying not to look at anyone's reviews and stuff because I'm not reading it until Vlogoween. Like it's part of a Vlogoween thing where I'm gonna read. I don't know. I think I'm gonna do like a Riley Sager vlog or something. Because I've only read 2 by Riley Sager. I've read more Grady Hendrix than I have Riley Sager, and I've only read.
I always pair those together in my mind.
The House Across the Lake last year. I gave it 5 stars. I know it's polarizing. It's fine. And then I tried to read Final Girls.
Oh yeah, you guys did that for the book club, didn't you?
I DNF'd it. DNF'd that at like 20% because I was like, I do not care. I might retry it. I don't know. That it was not great in my opinion. But I have Home Before Dark that I need to read. That's on my Kindle. And then obviously I need to read the new one because I pre-ordered that, so I feel like I should
prioritize the pre-orders.
Yes. You know what I mean? But between like my to be read physical shelf is not bad. Like it's one bookcase, but the bookcase is not full. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My to be read Kindle TBR. We're not going to talk about that because like I've been watching people doing like their physically like all the books I need to physically read from their physical TBR, and I'm like I don't even really like. And you know they have like there was somebody I watched the other day that had 150 books total like on her physical, and I was like, wow, that is so many physical books. And then I was like, girl, who are you judging? Like,
look in the mirror.
I have all of the books downloaded on my Kindle that are like Kindle to be read. I have over I'm not going to tell you the exact amount, but I have over 300 books downloaded to my Kindle, and only 12 of them are from the library.
I didn't know that was possible. I literally didn't know what the capacity of a Kindle could be, but I
Oh,
didn't think it
I
was.
have thousands of books on my Kindle over the because I've had like the Kindle app like
Mhm.
for
Oh my gosh,
all of
I
my
don't know
21.
anything about Kindle.
I've really used the Kindle app
Yeah.
specifically. Like the first
Mhm.
Kindle I ever had was like a Kindle Fire, like the first Kindle Fire
Mhm.
tablet. Um, and I think I got that when I was 18. So I've had over
Oh
10 years. I've
my gosh,
had
that's
like
pretty
used
cool.
Kindle. So I have thousands of books, but a lot of them I've
Yeah.
read, right?
Mhm, mhm.
Or like when I did my Kindle cleanup after I actually got a Kindle again in 2020, I realized
Mhm,
I had like 150 samples. Like I just had random
mhm,
samples of books. And I was like, I don't need these. Why are they here?
mhm.
Um, but yeah, I mean, you can download thousands of books at once if they're just books. Like I don't know what the capacity is as far as
I
like
had no idea.
audios go, but like for
Mhm,
books, you can download a lot. Like
mhm.
I've only used I think like 2 gig or something, and I have 32 gig on my Kindle.
See,
But
I'm a Kindle newbie, that's why, because I just
yeah,
got one this winter, and so I'm like, I have no idea what the capabilities are yet.
yeah, my Kindle TBR is over 300 books. That does include the books that I currently have downloaded from Kindle Unlimited.
Mhm.
But even if I returned all the books I have on Kindle Unlimited, which is 20, I always have 20 checked out. Okay. It's a problem. That still would not make a dent in my
Mhm, mhm.
in the actual books that I own because I do
Yeah.
like stuff your Kindle days. Like
Mhm. Well, because you almost have to, like, take advantage like, when they're doing those types of promotional things, like, I totally get that. Because when it was yeah, like, the stuff your Kindle and there's, like, all those free books available, it's like, of course you should try to if you have a
of
Kindle and
course,
you want yeah.
yeah. Like of course I'm gonna download books. And I mean,
Mhm.
I went a bit overboard with
Mhm.
it this time. I got a little too excited, you know?
Yeah. A little too excited, but that's okay. I think this is an okay thing to get excited about. I love competitive readathons, but I'm not brave enough to create one. Yeah, I've thought about creating one for like the focus is on your TBR, kind of in the same vein as Margaret's mid-year scramble, but rather than just like providing all these different prompts, like I was like, oh, I could do like a bingo board for those who want bingo. I could do like a choose your own adventure, like just basically just helping people out. Like it's not
Yeah.
necessarily creating a type of competition, but it's
Pick your
just
poison type.
exactly like use
Yeah.
whichever board you want to use, and like whether it's a library TBR, a Kindle TBR, so it's in the works. It's in the back of my mind of doing something like that, just because it's with the brand of my name, I guess. Even though we shouldn't be talking about TBRs because mine is crazy. I will be finishing Sleeping Giants. Awesome, Carissa! I'm so excited. I hope that you end up really enjoying it through the end too. Jumping in the shower, and then I'll be editing videos tonight. Yes, love it. That is very productive, and it's always easier to read rather than actually edit videos. I am listening to Mockingjay. I finished the first 2 books yesterday, trying to get a few more books in for both readathons. Yes, we support it. I know it's kind of great when you're doing multiple readathons and you can kind of like double dip and being like, oh, points for this, points for that. And yeah, it looks like Hunger Games and Beachathon are the 2. Yes, go Dolphins. Woo-hoo. I am the Dolphins team. It's totally fine. Neva is the Crabs team. So if anyone wants to also jump on either team, you can just still log all of the books you've read for July so far. So it doesn't really matter when you join the Beachathon, at least. And it should be linked below. Let me know if it's not. Home Before Dark is fun. So is Lock Every Door. So I will say, the only Riley Sager book I read is Home Before Dark. And I did like immersive reading. I listened to the audiobook, and it was honestly excellent narrator. I was disappointed in the end, though. I loved the atmosphere. Everything was fun. I was a bit disappointed in the end. So I wouldn't say that I enjoyed it that much, but like leading up to the end was great. Tonight, I am making sure all chores are done. Yes, that's great. So I don't have to do any tomorrow. Exactly. It's my birthday. That's right, Christina. Oh my gosh. And I don't want to do anything but read. Yes, I wish you luck in all of your chores. We will be here, your cheerleaders, because you should only have to do what you want to do on your birthday. Neva, my physical TBR is almost 300, says Brie. Yeah, my physical TBR, I'm afraid, might be over 300 if we're going to be honest, but I don't know. I'm back and forth about actually counting them. I don't really know how helpful it would be for myself knowing how many I have. I think it would stress me out.
And I think the only reason that my physical TBR is not bigger is because I don't buy a lot of physical books.
Yeah.
Like,
Different
really, the
readers.
physical books that have been bought for holidays, so like birthday, Christmas, or they've been gifted to me by the wonderful people that choose to watch my YouTube channel. My Kindle books, though, I will gladly buy Kindle books because they don't take up any room, like any physical room. And I only know how many I have downloaded because I only have my Kindle set to show me the downloaded books because otherwise I stress myself out seeing everything. And the other day it said like you have 300 and books downloaded. And I was like, oh. And I
Excuse
know
me?
for a fact that they're all books that need to be read. They are not books that have been read.
Yeah. Oh, it never ends. And then more books get published and we just continue to have an issue. You don't want to know my physical TBR number. Trust me. Yeah. You know what? I respect keeping it to yourself. I've also kind of just decided I don't want to know. Like I want to know once I can kind of visibly see just what it is in one go. But since I can't because I spread it all out, I don't want to know myself. But yes.
Yeah, and I do keep a collection on here that shows like what books I've read in case they're books because I do have books that I reread. So those ones stay in like a red folder. So I know like, hey, these were read at some point. But currently I only have 3 books that are downloaded that have been read. So are we making a dent? No, we're not.
A tiny, like a little scratch.
Like a 0.000001%.
Like a little like bumper kiss, like bumper to bumper. That's about it. But yeah, hi Ollie, how are you? What are you reading? Welcome. I don't know how big my TBR is, but I got over 2,000 books on Stuff Your Kindle Free Day. Oh my gosh, Christina, both Kindle and Google Books. That's amazing, though. Honestly, it's great that you took advantage of that. I need to sort them somehow. Yes. Well, actually, speaking of sorting, I know somebody who did a little video about sorting one's Kindle. So maybe you should check out Neva's page. Yeah, and like ask for tips.
Yes, there's a 2-minute video on my page that shows you how to do it. If you want listen, it's only 2. Originally, it was like a 15-minute video because I sorted every book that I got off of like I showed you like from start to finish how to do the collections. But then I filmed for 15 minutes and I wasn't actually filming and I got angry. So I was like, forget it. So I pulled like 10 books back out and then just did those. So if you want a longer video, I will do a longer video, but I could not do a longer video that day. I was too annoyed.
We've all been there where you thought you were recording or your phone dies while you're recording and oh my gosh, it's the worst.
I was so upset.
Yeah. But Christina says I will check that out. Yeah, wait, that's kind of long. Yeah, no, 2 minutes, you mean? Or
no, the original one was like 15 minutes because I was really like showing like from start to finish how to do everything, like how to set up collections, all like the walkthrough of like what the Kindle looks like, the Kindle app looks like I was doing all that crap. But the one that's up right now is 2
it's
minutes.
Just the 2
I
minute
think
one.
it's called like organizing my Kindle Stuff Your Kindle edition. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I was like, I'm pretty sure that's sarcasm, but I was just it is one of those evenings. That is so great. Yeah, awesome. Okay, so we will go into our next sprint. I also know that at some point, Neva, you're gonna have to go.
I probably will have to leave like during sprint. Like you'll probably like I'll say something in the comments, but you'll probably just like see me disappear.
Okay, sounds good. No worries. Thanks so much for being here, even for a little bit. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Okay. I'll start the timer, 45 minutes, and then we'll see everybody when it's done. Bye. Happy reading. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Unfortunately, Neva had to leave us. She had work, but I hope everyone had a productive sprint. I ended up getting through like a chapter and a half of this book. It's pretty short. It's a Golden Age American mystery. I believe it was published in 1943, and it's just over 200 pages. So I have like less than 100 to go. It's probably too much of me to expect to finish it tonight, but we'll see how it goes. It seems like the mystery is progressing in the sense that every single person who seems to die, it's like locked room, nobody's there. There's a suggestion that the person took their own life, but that's also impossible. So who is this phantom person who's somehow trying to like basically cover up a crime that happened 6 years ago? Like, it's actually kind of nuts. I'm really enjoying it so far. I see that a few people ended up joining. Hi, Sarah. Welcome. For anyone who was wondering, Sarah is actually the creator of Beachathon. So she's the main host. It's her announcement video that is in the comments or in the description below. And yeah, so she's not feeling well, though. So if everyone could kind of wish her better health and everything going on. Yeah, I'm hoping you feel better soon, Sarah. I'm sorry that it's not fun to feel unhealthy anytime, but especially in the summer when it's supposed to be lovely out. And then, hello, cool gamer, welcome. So Ro also, I ended up responding to this in the comments, but said, hi folks, much love. I'll be in the chat under Heliante Caprino. I'm hoping I'm saying that name okay. It's a pretty cool name. A family member's account. So that's good to know. So if anyone sees that, then we know that it's Ro who's speaking. And then Tina also joined. Just realized y'all were live a couple minutes ago. Yeah, honestly, it was really impromptu. I didn't really have any plans of sprinting tonight, but then I saw that nobody I knew was sprinting, and I was kind of like, what is going on? So I thought I might as well just do it, and it's a great way to prevent me from going down the YouTube rabbit hole where I'm just watching videos. I always end up finding myself watching like a couple edits, like from my favorite movies and TV shows, and we don't need that. We don't need it. We got to be productive, so that's why I'm sprinting. Last night, Tina submitted 5 books to the Beachathon. Yes, congratulations. I know that you're Team Crab, but I'm still happy for you. And I've actually been pretty lazy about submitting mine. I think I've submitted about half of the books I read, but to date, I may be at 12 or 13 for the month. It's been crazy. It's also, I've read like 2 manga and like 1 graphic novel, a couple audiobooks. So like nothing to feel as if you need to compare it to me, especially if you're a physical reader. Hi, Nina. Welcome to Sprints. Everybody's here. And then, so this was Neva saying goodbye. She had to work. Totally fine. ML made sure to say goodbye, as did Tina, as did Of Butterflies. So hopefully she was able to see that before she left. So ML said, we just took like 6 practice tests for the California driving test and passed all of them. Yes! Woo-hoo! That's so exciting. And so you had to take a practice test, and then now are you going to have to take a physical driving test? Is this because did you not have a driver's license back when you were living? It was in Texas, right? And so now in California, because of where you're living, do you need a car now? I didn't realize what was going on there. Oh my gosh, best of luck, especially if you have to parallel park. I don't know if I could do that under pressure today, but obviously I did it when I first got my driver's license. Watched a bit of YouTube. Totally fine, Sarah. Honestly, you need to relax. You need to rejuvenate, hydrate, maybe eat something. Just try to feel a little bit better. Maybe like some mint tea or ginger tea if it's like a stomach thing. I know that both of those tend to be really good choices. Like mint and ginger are really good for you when you have any type of like stomach issues. Not that that's what Sarah has. I don't know. I'm just trying to give remedies as someone who isn't a doctor. So take it with a grain of salt. Hey Nell, welcome. What are you reading today? Really excited that you all could join. This is also nice. I know that this wasn't planned, so I really appreciate this. And Danny's here too, so I really appreciate you being here. What are you reading, Danny? I know that last night when you were on Brittany's Sprints, you were reading something that was a bit more complex than you were kind of at least prepared for, or than what you usually read. Is it still that same title? And is it still kind of making your brain work harder than you might usually have to do? People are saying hi in the comments. I love it. It's so nice. And then Danny made sure to say hello back. Tina was watching YouTube, made some mashed potatoes. Oh my gosh, I can't remember the last time I had mashed potatoes. That actually sounds delicious. And also, have you had mashed potatoes a lot recently, or did someone else say that they had potatoes for dinner one time? I think it was you, Tina. You're making me want mashed potatoes so badly. Hey, got up to page 122 in my book. Yes, Laura, we are like almost on. I know we're not reading the same book, but I'm at like page 116. So now I feel like I'm like just behind you mentally as far as reading goes. So that's awesome. I hope you're still enjoying it. I'm making shepherd's pie. Oh my gosh, that sounds delicious. So I'm about to put it in the oven. That also makes sense about making the mashed potatoes. That sounds delicious. I've actually never made shepherd's pie. I've had it a few times, obviously, but I've never actually eaten, or I've never actually made it myself. But I'm also not like the most expert cook. So yeah, probably not something I should start with as someone who wants to get into cooking. Kelsey made dinner, very lovely, and ate during that sprint. Now diving into my book, very lovely. I know that you recently finished. What was it? Magnolia Parks, and you ended up giving it 5 stars. That is awesome. That's a book that like everyone's talking about right now, but I don't know if I'm the type of person who would be interested in reading that. But you're making me want to read it because everyone is giving it like really high marks. I had dinner, read 25 pages. That's awesome, Kaylan. Lovely, lovely. Yeah, I know, right? Feel better. I'm so glad that people are saying, like, wishing Sarah better. Yeah, we all hope that you feel a little bit better. Yeah, sending positive vibes for sure. And Sarah is making sure to thank everybody in the comments. That's really nice. California requires written test for all out-of-state drivers who are switching to a California license. No driving test needed, luckily. I didn't realize that. That's so interesting. You know what? I lived in California for a really brief period of time, but I never actually changed my residency. I kept my residency as New York because at the time, I'm originally from New York. And so I just took the light rail because I was living in San Jose. So I didn't really need a car. So I also never really needed to change my residency. So that's really interesting to know. And I wonder if other states have similar requirements like that. Reading The Block Party. Ooh, is that that sounds almost like a suburbia thriller or something. I'm wondering, or if it's some kind of like domestic thing going on, because whenever I think of block parties, I immediately think of suburbia, where you're in this cul-de-sac and all the different families come in and have a barbecue. So that's the vibe I'm getting, and I feel like that kind of makes sense, Nell, for what you read, but let me know if I'm completely off. I want to read my book, but it's downstairs and I don't feel well enough to go get it. No, then don't. It's totally fine. Probably going to eat in the next sprint. Yeah, eat something, hydrate, drink some water and everything. And maybe ask like a family member, like call down being like, can someone go get my book for me? I've definitely been that person saying, you know what, I need to call it in, have someone help me out because I'm not feeling well enough to go get it myself. I'm reading An American in Scotland by Lucy Connolly. Tina, I have that book. It's one of my library books. A friend of mine, she was going to Scotland to visit one of her friends, and so she started reading like a bunch of books set in Scotland, and she came across this series, and our library just got it in, and so she, because she also works for the library, she actually put me on hold for it, and like last week I ended up getting it thinking, did I request this book? And my friend told me that she requested it for me because she thought I would like it. That is so crazy. Oh my gosh. I hope that you're enjoying it. Yeah, because I literally have it on my thing. And also, speaking of Tina, because you're the resident cozy reader, I'm also halfway through A Good Day to Pie. It's the second book in the a Pies Before Guys mystery series. And honestly, it's just as fun as the first. I can't remember if you read the first one. It's Magic, Lies, and Deadly Pies. That was really fun too. So, oh my gosh, so fun. I don't know if it was me that said I had mashed potatoes, but we make mashed potatoes a lot in our family. I love it. That is awesome. It just feels so homey. Mashed potatoes is such a cozy kind of like additional food. So I'm all for it. Anything potato, really. It is super quick read. I am enjoying it. Yay! That's awesome. Yahoo! I know that's the thing about this one too, being like only about 200 pages. It's making me feel like yes, super quick. It's given me like all the vibes of what I personally need. Me neither. Never had shepherd's pie. I think you'll like it. I've had it, and it's really yummy. It's really savory. But again, I've never made it. So best of luck in that process. At one point, or at one of my jobs, I had to make mashed potatoes every day and did it for 2 years. Oh no, Allie. Nope. That I could imagine that might have turned you off. Are you no longer someone who even wants to look at mashed potatoes? I feel like that would bring me to a dark place, being like I've seen too many potatoes in my life. I would not enjoy that, I don't think. I finished The Traitor this morning, gave it 4 stars, but man, I need a brain break. I'm going to be reading The Death and the Conjuring on audio. Yes, I'm so excited. Also, are you a chef? I actually don't know if I've ever known this, but I feel like I've heard like we discussed food before, especially like with ML and stuff, but maybe I'm imagining things. I don't know. But I'm really excited that Danny is reading The Death and the Conjurer as an audiobook because it is by Tom Mead, and I really loved that book. It was so fun. I gave it 5 stars. It's definitely an homage to Golden Age detective fiction, but it's like a modern author who's written historical fiction, and it's really fun. Toward the end of the book, he actually breaks the fourth wall at one point. And this isn't a spoiler because it's part of the exciting things, but he addresses the reader and lets you know when you've received all of your clues. And he's basically like, okay, this is your time. Figure out what the answer is. Like, find your solution, because like when you flip this page, we're going to begin the like solving process where like the main inspector, who's actually like an illusionist, like he solves the crime and proves why it all happened, and it's really fun. So I'm so excited, Danny, and I'm glad that you're liking the audio because I didn't listen to it on audio, and so I'm always nervous when someone does a mode that I haven't done. So I was like, I can't vouch for the audiobook, so it always makes me nervous. I loved it. It's not everyone's cup of tea. Yeah, for sure. I can understand that. I buddy read it with a friend and she DNF'd it. That's so interesting when you have like 2 polar experiences. One person gives it 5 stars and one person DNFs it. But like it makes sense for the content for Magnolia Parks that it's dependent on like how much content you can handle and what kind of like romance you like. So yeah, that makes sense. Oopsie daisy, preheated the oven and there was something in it. No, that I hate when that happens. I have done that too many times where suddenly you're like, did I leave a tray in there? Like, I know we're not meant to use it as storage, but sometimes I use the oven as storage. I checked, but I guess I didn't look for a backup. Yep, just in case. See if there's something really back there. It's a mystery? Oh, okay. I guess I don't know what genre it is. I love that. It's the same vibe as Big Little Lies if you've read it. I have. You know, I was just doing a video that made me go into my shelves. I ended up having to grab Big Little Lies for a different thing. It's for the A to Z book tag that Nicole over at Dusty Book Sniffers, she tagged me in it, and you should go check out her video for it. But it's kind of funny that you're bringing that up. Yeah, that one was really good. And that's definitely a mystery, but there's just so much more that's going on. So I understand why you're saying it can't really be like clearly defined as like just one genre. Oh, so you're going to be reading it soon. I am. So I'm going to have to let you know when I start reading it and what I think about it. That's really fun. I'm really loving it so far. It's so cozy and fun. That's what I'm hearing. And I'm really excited about the Scotland atmosphere. Yeah. Tina is the cozy queen. She is the cozy queen. I totally agree with you, Nell. That is hilarious. I haven't read that series, but I heard you talking about it in your mid-year freakout tag, and it sounded so good. Yes. So this one's the second book in the series. For anyone who's interested, especially if you want to like try out cozy, I want to say this is a safe bet for people who are a bit worried about like certain kind of, I guess, like traditional tropes or conservative views that sometimes cozies have. Not all cozies. This is definitely not a suggestion that all of them are like that. But like the main character, she's bi. She also is like, there's magical realism going on because she's able to infuse magic into pies, and she's kind of a vigilante. The reason why it's called Pies Prefer Guys as a series is because you realize that she's got this side business where she basically makes murder pies for like badly behaving men who are, say, like doing something sinister, maybe like, oh my gosh, where they might be, say, like doing something horrible at home. Maybe there's like domestic abuse or emotional abuse, or they're like doing something sinister out in the public, like politically or whatever the case is. And she, like, through the grapevine, gets us, like, basically gets murder pie orders, and it's under the guise of pies before guys. So it's very fun. Like, I really like it. Like, it's clearly like not everyone's cup of tea, but I think it's a really fun premise, and I'm already really enjoying book 2. So yeah. It actually did not turn me off mashed potatoes. Great. And it was ML's favorite for me to bring home. Oh, I love that. Okay, that's good. And then at my other job, I had to make mashed potatoes again. Oh my gosh, but only once a week. That's good. And I was there for also for 2 years. Man, I mean, that just goes to show you, though, like how many potatoes like the American public eats, because that totally makes sense. And yes, I'm a chef. I knew it. That's what I thought. I was like, you totally, like, we've talked about food before. That is awesome. But also, probably, I wonder if you like, have you ever done there's like what is it, like gourmet mac and cheese and gourmet, like, yummy cozy food, like really feel good, stick to your ribs kind of food, but they like make it gourmet. I imagine that there probably are some good mashed potato recipes where you just like, amp it up a bit and make it a bit luxurious. But I don't think I'm creative enough for that. LOL, I'm happy to be in y'all's cozy queen. Yes, you are. I have my own cozy queen in the person who made me a cozy mystery reader. There's an origin story. I love it. There was a patient zero as far as the cozy bug goes. Tiffany from Beach Bum Bookworm. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to check her out because I feel like you've mentioned her before and I haven't checked out her channel. Magnolia Parks is very character focused. Okay, and if you don't like messy toxic romances and like plot, it might be a struggle. That is why I am waiting if they ever like get into the audio of it. Oh yeah, like I feel like that actually could be a good way for me to maybe like listen to it rather than physically reading it. So I'll have to keep an eye out on that too. But we are at the end of the comments, and I think we are ready for another sprint. We only went a little bit over. I'm really bad. Even when I'm by myself, I go over time all the time, and I don't know why. What is the point of me doing a timer for talking when I go over it? But it's fine. So let's switch screens, and I will see you all in another 45. Okay, bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. All right. I ended up getting another 20 pages through this book, and I'm still enjoying it. Like, there have been little surprises where suddenly things are clicking into place. Does that mean I have any idea who the killer is? No, but I'm really enjoying it. I also ended up going, and I had gotten a couple packages. I'm starting this new hair regimen because, as you can see, my hair does not look very wavy. It's not very good. It's because I've kind of been neglecting it. And so I ended up splurging a bit and getting surface products, which is really good for like curly hair because it's all natural. But what's crazy is yesterday I tried to, or not yesterday, like the other day, I tried to go to this like salon to buy it. And it said that they had it, and I went, and I didn't realize that these places existed, where when I got to the register, they're like, okay, what's your beautician's license? And I was like, oh no, I'm just a customer. And they're like, oh, we only sell to those people who work at a salon. And I was like, are you kidding me? And so the only way I could get this was ordering it online. But anyway, it was just honestly ridiculous. I'm really glad I have it now, but I didn't realize, because the last time I bought this product was at a salon where I got my hair done. So anyway, I didn't realize that was the thing that happened. And the reason why I waited until nighttime is because I'm still dealing with the hornet problem, and it's so scary. My maintenance guy ended up handling it, but there's still like a few stragglers who are looking for the nest that is no more. And so I had to wait till nighttime to go grab my packages. But anyway, we're safe. So, okay, I'm switching from driver test studying to getting ready for dinner. Oh, exciting. Listening to Riley Sager. Very nice. And I'm on the wait list for that particular audiobook, and I'm really interested to see what it's like, because I hear that there's there might be a person who's, I don't know if it's a mute character or something, where she types or writes things out to speak. So I'm wondering how that works. So let me know, ML. But a new colleague invited me to dinner. So nice of her. That is so nice of her. That's so exciting. That's awesome. I hope you have a fun time. Evening all. Evening, Shayna. Welcome. What are you reading, or what are you doing? You might be just being productive. I was mostly watching, read like half a chapter. Totally fine, Tina. You're getting ready for dinner, so it's hard to focus on reading, I think. But my shepherd's pie is done. So I'm going to watch a YouTube video I've been waiting to watch all day while eating it, and then I'll be back. Sounds good. I hope you enjoy it. I hope it was worth the wait. Sometimes it's nice that you almost save it so that you have time when you're eating to watch something. That's what I do. Eat some food, watch YouTube. Very nice. Honestly, YouTube and eating is the perfect pair. I've been watching, what is it? Dungeons and Drag Queens. That's been my go-to watch recently, because every episode's 2 hours. And so I've been waiting and then eating. And then when I'm done eating, I'll wait until the next meal to then continue watching, because it's really fun. But I don't want to just sit and watch and not be doing anything. I think I've gotten to the point where I have to be multitasking to feel like I'm being productive. Got up to page 140. Very nice. Yahoo. I'm still only a few pages behind you, at least in regards to page count. Still cute. This one might be sapphic, which is different from them previous ones. Really, I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued too, because you're reading the third installment in this series, by the way, if anyone was wondering. And it's called Manslaughter Park, right? That is really fascinating. That's really exciting. It's always nice when the author kind of is willing to branch out, and even if that person doesn't identify as queer or as part of the LGBT plus community, but they're willing to include those voices and those romances. I'm here for it. So that's awesome. Got to 77% of death in the Conjurer. Oh my gosh. I really hope you like it, Danny. This is really nerve wracking. I'm watching in real time someone reading a book that I'm recommending. And that's also another kind of hidden gem book that I don't think gets enough recognition. Or at least none of people try it. I don't think everyone would give it 5 stars, but I feel it's a fun mystery that none of people know about. So there it is. So Kaylan read 53 pages. Oh my gosh, that is awesome. At 62% of Legend, and OMG, it's so good right now. I'm gonna have to try Marie Lu, because I've never tried that author before. But I feel if you're enjoying it so much, I should be prioritizing that. I scheduled a bunch of IG posts, very nice, and got about 20 pages read. Nice job. See, Kelsey, you're smart in scheduling posts. I'm so bad about that. I need to do that more. Yeah, I'm like, suddenly I remember that I've been reading all these books, and then I have to always backtrack. I think I'm about 10 books behind on like all of my review updates as far as Storygraph and Goodreads goes. I always just do it in bunches, like 5 reviews at a time. Oh my gosh, I need to get more consistent. Softer and Curlier. Is that the book you're reading? Oh wait, did I just skip a? Okay, there we go. Okay. You're probably like, what is going on? Last year, my hair got matted on top. I was going through a really bad time, emotionally and financially. Totally understandable. I feel like that just happens once in a while. So I ended up chopping off all my hair. I was devastated, but now I'm thankful. My hair is softer and curlier. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how much, like, it's not even that you're purposely being bad to your hair or, you know, causing these bad habits, but just even neglect, like not really doing anything, not using the right products, just completely switches things up. And yeah, and then it's like, it's really hard to bounce back. You almost have to do what you did, which is like chop it all off. Like usually I'm like, when I go to the hair, I don't go to the hairdresser enough. And when I do, I get the curly cut, which is good, but I go so infrequently that it's always this like weird process. Like I'm starting over again. Oh my gosh, it's very frustrating. So Shayna, I feel you. I'm glad that you're feeling better and you're in a better place too, so that you can like, because it is a luxury, especially for those who have curly hair and other things. It's a luxury to be able to take care of it and use the appropriate products and stuff. So we could talk about curly hair regimen all day, but we will move on. And then Laura says, yes, I'm assuming about the book that I'm talking about. And I would read them in order because you get to see the main characters of the other books. Oh, I love that. Like, I love how it focuses on a different couple, but you still see like nods to the other couples in later books. That is awesome. That's really exciting. Okay, awesome. I'm really enjoying it so far. Oh, good. I love how Joseph Spector, I think his name is Joseph Spector, outlines his clues throughout the book. He just talks through his thought process, which is really nice. Yeah, like he's honestly a really open detective, which I was really surprised by because he is actually like a magician. And so they're known for, I feel like that career is known for being very kind of secretive. It's all like, you know, like look at this hand while I'm doing something else. And detectives in general aren't really known for being super open. Like it's up to us to try to follow along and keep up with them. But his whole point, yeah, I don't know why. I just I was like, oh yeah, it must be Scepter. And then I was like, oh wait, no, Spectre. Because I think that's also part of, like, I'm assuming even the naming was really thoughtful of Tom Mead. Like, specter, you know, ghostly ghouls, kind of this image that isn't fully there all the time. And like his character is just really quirky and interesting. And I don't know, he's just this really aloof character, but he's also very open. Like throughout the book too, as Danny knows, he reveals various very common magician tricks. Like he'll be like, oh, you know, when they do this is actually how it's done. And he uses that as a way of teaching and showing how he solves the crime and stuff. And I don't know, it's really refreshing. And I haven't read book 2 yet, but I've been meaning to because it just came out. But I'm waiting for it to come to my library so I can read it, and then I'll probably end up buying it if I really like it. But anyways, so Neva is done. Yeah, Neva's gone. Sorry, Ro. She headed out. She had to go to work. I think that's why like Wednesdays are so hard for people to like host sprints or do them, because you know it's the middle of the week. A lot of us are working. But have you read Kushiel's Dart by Jacqueline Carey? Kushiel's Dart. No, it's high on my TBR list. It's old school fantasy romance, 90s fantasy. I'm gonna have to look that up. Is that Kushiel's? Let me look at this for a second. Googling it. Oh my gosh. I mean, the covers in themselves. I wonder if I can. I'm going to stop sharing screen and then I'm going to share it again, but I'm going to share it with the Google search. I think this works. Yeah. Did it work? But I'm going to switch so that I'm not as visible. So this is the book that Ro is talking about. That's actually really interesting. Like one, you can totally tell like that the cover is very much of the 90s, at least that cover is. This one looks like it might be the audiobook. It seems a bit more like modernized, but those kind of like the tendency of people on the covers as far as like 90s covers go, I feel like that's so typical. Like you see that in like really classic like mysteries and other things. The 90s. Oh yeah, so Tor published a new edition this year. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, you could totally see the rebranding because I feel like sometimes we're a bit averse to like 80s or 90s covers, because I will say some covers got really weird. Like there's this one from, let me see here. Like I've got a couple, ignore that. I've got a couple like Craig Rice books that were published in the 40s, but this is like their 80s covers, and I really like them. They're super cartoony, but you can totally see that they're like a certain kind of style and a certain kind of tone. And so like when a cover gets changed to feel a bit more modern and keep up with the times, like I feel like it gives a story a revamping, like a second chance, which is really awesome. And while we're talking, I'm just going to reshare this so that I don't forget to share it. There we go. So where were we? Shayna says, I am rereading Lillian Jackson Brown's The Cat Who Could Read Backwards. Oh, cool. And I've only got 8-ish pages left. Oh my gosh, you're so close to the end. I am rereading the series altogether. And I remember the last time, I think when you were on Sprints, you were reading another one of her books. So that makes sense. I'm pretty sure I've read them all, but just in case. Yeah. Well, like with those types of series, especially when they're so long, you kind of have to kind of keep track and remember where certain, like, did I read them all? Did I kind of skip around? Because usually you don't have to read those in order. But that's really awesome. What I like to think is when you reread mysteries, depending on how it's written, it almost becomes the villain's narrative, because usually if you remember, you know who the villain is. And so then like every time they return, they're on the page, you're suddenly paying attention to them a little bit more, and you're like keeping an eye on them and seeing what they're doing. How good are they kind of pretending not to be the killer? And so I always like when people argue that you can't reread mysteries because you already have the spoiler of how it ends. It's like it all depends on perspective. I think you can reread mysteries if it becomes like the villain's narrative. It's, I don't know, that's my opinion. But anyway, so Ellie says, we listened to Riley Sager while ML was getting ready, and she just left. Oh no, I will keep practicing for the license test. Oh, that's those things. You're like, okay, well, done with the fun, back to paying attention. I love that you guys are reading it together too. And you're like, okay, well, One Piece person leaves. Well, we got to stop and wait for the next person to kind of come back so then we can start it up again. That is really fun. But also it stinks when you're not going out to dinner with them and you're like, well, now I got to do my own homework. I'm going to pop off for a bit. Totally fine. Going for a walk with my mom. Oh, that's so nice. Yeah. Especially like it's gotten a little bit darker, I'm sure. So hopefully the heat isn't too bad anymore. I'm not sure how long you're sprinting, but I might be back. I'll leave you on in the background for watch hours. Thanks, Danny. That's so nice of you. Go for your walk if you aren't already gone. And yeah, we'll see. I'm playing it by ear. I was thinking that I wanted to go for at least 3 hours, but like I'm feeling really good. So I feel like I'm probably going to go for at least 2 more sprints just for those people who are here in the comments. Carrie wrote about a spy with seducing magic. Well, I definitely need to add that then, because I'm already into the whole like mystery, like thriller types with magic induced. So that is great. Thanks, Ro. I'm definitely going to keep an eye on that. I'm keeping the Google search up so I don't forget the title. Okay, I'm back. Dinner was great. The YouTube video was great. Yay, good. I was hoping it was, because I didn't want it to end up being a bit of a disappointment. What was it, by the way? What was the video that you wanted to watch? I just reread a mystery for the first time, and I really enjoyed it. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I've reread a couple mysteries before. One that I already put it away. There's this one. It's called Orion, You Came and You Took All My Marbles. That is a mouthful, I know, but it's a bit of an absurd kind of mystery, and at one point I think I reread it twice on my 2 different birthdays just because it's such a fun world. And yeah, again, as you reread, you kind of start to pay attention to different details, and I don't know, I think it's really fun when you do that. Yes, exactly. I love to reread certain books. Lillian Jackson Brown, Rita Mae Brown, who also has a cat mystery series, doesn't she? And Harry Potter are my top series. Yeah, like I I kind of have started to keep track of books that I want to reread. Another one that I've actually am making myself reread, but like it's like a fun make myself, is The Intuitionist by next this coming fall. I'm teaching it in a class, and so naturally I should probably reread it to make sure I remember certain aspects of it. And even though I remember the ending, I'm really excited to like see how it gets developed, and basically appreciate the author's brilliance of how they were able to stack different things together. And Whitehead is obviously, he's an amazing author, so it's like, of course I'm happy to reread it. Not only was the book so much better after I had finished the series, but I really enjoyed it, trying to see if there were any clues or who the killer was now that I knew. Exactly. Like, you kind of start finding Easter eggs where you're like, oh, that was clearly a clue, or oh, that was suspicious. I should have seen that. And it's really fun to like be the knowledgeable person now, because obviously when you start the book, you're the least knowledgeable person. Like, technically all of the characters, especially if they're retelling, like if it's retelling in the past tense, they all know the truth. You're the only person who doesn't know yet. And so then when you reread and then you're like, oh, okay, like, yeah, I don't know, you feel like you're in on the gist. It is fun. We like having a co-read while also having our own reads. Yeah, especially like since you're doing audiobook, you can both like react at the same time. Like if something crazy happens, you can like turn to each other across the room and be like, "Oh my god, this just happened." Like I actually love that concept so much. The new episode of I don't even know how to say that. UNH. It's just two drag queens talking about random things. Oh my gosh, Trixie and Katya, I know them. Well, I know them through obviously their various programs that they do and everything, but mostly I like to watch them on Instagram Reels. That is so funny. Okay, now I understand. That's awesome. And Rose says, I adore Trixie and Katya. Yeah, they are literally so funny. They're the funniest duo that I've probably ever seen. I love how they like just are really good about like making fun of each other and themselves. And yeah, they're really fun. Let me see. Palimpsest by Catherine M. Valeni is more hardcore with the spice, I'm assuming. It's rivals today's fantasy romance. This book is from 2007, I think. Oh my gosh. See, that's the other thing, is like I think early 2000s is another area of publishing where just because things get published so frequently nowadays and so quickly, we kind of almost skip over the recently published, because if we think about it, 2000s, early 2000s wasn't that long ago, but I guess in publishing standards, it fits that weird middle ground where we're like, oh no, let's either go older than that or more recent publishings. Like I think the like 2000 to 2010 is probably the sparsest kind of decade or area in regards to like books I pick up. So that is very good to know. I will be looking at that too. Yes, RMB writes the Mrs. Murphy mysteries, but also has 1 to 2 others about dogs. One day I'll read those. Awesome. Yeah, I've been interested in considering like mysteries with dogs because this main character, McLean, he's a blind detective, obviously, and so he has 2 German shepherds as like his eye dogs, and they have like their own personalities. But because they're both German shepherds, like people don't know which dog is which that they're approaching with, and because they've got different temperaments, I don't know. It's an interesting concept. Like it's fun when they include animals into like characterization and stuff. Yeah, I've never watched Drag Race or been in any drag fandom, but I love them. Yeah, like seriously. So like I'm definitely missing out because I've never watched Drag Race, but of course I watch them all on various social media. So I'm like, what am I doing? Why am I not watching this? And then, as I said before, I'm watching Dungeons and Drag Queens, and that has Bob the Drag Queen and like a few others who are obviously participating in it. Like Monet Exchange, and I'm trying to remember who are the others, but they're playing in it, and it's just like they have such a ball. Like they're so funny. Yeah, I've never watched. Yeah, okay, already read that. How do you spell that, or how do you pronounce it? I feel weird saying but UNHHH. I'm gonna look that up too. Is it probably actually short for something? No, it's not. It's just, that is so funny. Okay, I'm gonna look this up because I don't have enough YouTube channels to watch, obviously. If you watch their reels and they're in front of a white background, it's probably, yes. Okay, then yeah. Okay, so I've technically seen pieces of it. And then I love how you're telling me that's basically how you pronounce it. Ugh. Okay, great. Because I was like, I feel like I'm just drawing out this like feeling, which honestly sounds pretty on brand for them, so that makes sense. Okay, so now that we've reached the end of those comments, if anything else pops in, I'll make sure to do it as I'm getting the timer set up. But for now, I think we're good. And as I said, I'm definitely going to go for at least 2 more sprints. We can kind of do a pulse check for everybody when we come back from this one. Didn't get to read that sprint, had an event on my game. Totally fine. Also, you're going to be busy, hopefully at some point, doing your productive chores, unless you're done already, because our goal, and I'm saying our goal, even though it's not my birthday tomorrow, it's only yours, is to make sure you have nothing necessary to do so you can have a very relaxing birthday. So totally fine if you're just like enjoying and having like playing on your game and stuff. I support that. Okie doke. So yeah, we'll do another sprint and then I'll see you guys in 45 minutes. Wait, before we go, what is the name of the dog mystery series? Laura, good question. And Shayna's wishing Christina happy birthday, happy early birthday. I love it. Yes, no chores tomorrow. That's what that needs to be our goal for sure. Let me check 1 minute. Yeah, so it's because it's the it's by Braun. Let me see if I can, or not Braun, Rita Mae Brown. Yeah. Yay! Okay, everybody's checking on. So I'll leave you guys to it when you include that. But yes, and also yay, thanks. So nice. I love it when everybody supports each other, even on their celebratory birthdays. Okay. I will see everybody in 45. Hello, everybody. I don't know why I start the timer because we always talk over, but how did everybody do? I ended up getting to the end of this chapter. This was a long chapter, I'm realizing. Like it was over 30 pages, and it ended with a bang. Like, I don't know what is going to happen in the next few pages, but it was crazy. And now I'm out of water, so in the next sprint, I'm definitely going to be getting that. But let's see, where are we? So Shayna had mentioned I haven't read either series, so I don't know much about them, but I do love RMB's writing. Yeah, so Rita Mae Brown, who I haven't read anything either, actually. I haven't read anything by her, but she's like one of those prolific names, where she's written so much. So it's always feels weird when you realize that someone has published so many books and you're like, why haven't I read at least one book by them? Tina says, I was just watching YouTube. Yeah, you know what? Sometimes that's the perfect evening. It's just relaxing. I'm pretty proud of myself that I've been sticking to my guns and reading, but that's also because there have been multiple nights this week where I have just found myself sitting in front of YouTube watching very fun videos, like no regrets. But I've done that, and so now I'm reading. I have 55 pages left of Legend. Oh my gosh, Kaylan, you're so close. And you've been reading pretty quickly. So I'm wondering, like at one point, I think you read like 50 some pages in a sprint. So next sprint, you might actually finish. I don't know. If you only have a few pages left and we get to the talking part, like please feel free to mute me because sometimes you just have to get to the end at that point. I read a good bit today. Yeah. So I don't really feel like reading. Exactly. I think it just depends on when you read. So I haven't read all day today. I had work and then I had a few other tasks and I edited my next video. I finally did my Agatha Christie book haul recording this weekend. And then I edited the video today. It is scheduled, which I'm so proud of myself. Usually I don't schedule anything. I just say when I'm done, publish it because I'm so behind on doing that. Whereas it will be up tomorrow, which I'm very excited about. So yeah, I was busy doing other things that were all on screen as well, which seems weird because now I'm on screen with sprints. But like I wanted to have like a physical book to kind of get away from the screen, if that makes sense. Got up to page 150, my goal for the night. Yes, congratulations, Laura. Well, now you can just relax. If you want to keep reading, you can, but you can also just go off and do something else. Maybe like do some other hobby that you have or something, watch something. I'm so close to the end of my book. I'm at 93% mark. Oh my gosh, Carissa, listen, if you want to skip the talking stage and sounds like we're in a relationship. If you want to like just mute me and finish that book, I fully support it. Got about 10 chapters left. Very nice, Christina. Hopefully get this done tonight. Yes, especially depending on how long the chapters are. And I don't know what time zone you're in, but like for instance, for me, it's almost 10 p.m. So if you're in an earlier time zone in the Northern Hemisphere in North America, then like I feel like that actually is possible. Yes, I read 60 pages in this sprint. I was gonna say, I was like, you have been like really getting through this book. So I have full confidence that you will finish it in the next sprint. And I'm so excited because then you can tell us what your full thoughts are, at least in regards to this book. Hillary, hello, welcome. Just got home from a girls' night. Oh, that's so fun. I'm jealous. I'm going to be reading Alice in Borderland the rest of the night. Alice in Borderland. Is that I'm assuming it's a play on Alice in Wonderland. I've never heard of it though, I don't think. But I may have if you've been reading it for a while. So oh my gosh. Is this the so what has come up is a TV series. It says it's a thriller and they're on season 2. Is that what you're watching? It looks really interesting. Or is it based off of a book? And also, if you've already told this to me, I'm sorry that I completely have missed that, but it looks really good. It says it's on Netflix, and it's on maybe Amazon Prime. Very interesting. I'm going to keep that Google search up. You guys just keep giving me recommendations. Shayna says, Alice and Borderland. I thought that was a Japanese drama. I think, I mean, it definitely looks like it, unless it's, we're having conversations as we're going. It's a manga that has been adapted to a show. I was going to say, because when I looked it up, the show immediately came up, but I know that obviously more and more manga is being adapted. And so, yeah, interesting. Have you seen any of the show, Hillary, or are you kind of sticking to the manga so far? And then maybe once you finish that, then you'll watch the drama. It does say it's a thriller, which honestly, that seems really interesting. I bet it's pretty dark. But yeah, Hillary, let me know. I've recently been getting into manga. I've started really like kind of vanilla, and I've started Spy Family, and it's really great. I've read the first 3 volumes, but I haven't like divulged any further. I think I might just like read the series up till its publication and then move forward. So we'll see how that goes. And then moving backward, because I got really excited because I saw people responding to what I was saying. Tina says, oh, excited for the video. Yeah, thanks. I think I did it pretty well. It was kind of this mess, and, clearly my hair needed a brushing through, but it's fine. I kind of accepted the way it looked. And I tried to be informative by like telling people more about Agatha Christie in general and about the various detectives that I got, just to kind of make it a bit more interesting, especially because I'll give you a little bit of a taste. Like, if you've seen any of the Bantam classics, they just look like this, and then they just have the back. So I basically just talked about the titles I got. And so, like, it wasn't really exciting as far as seeing the covers, but it was exciting getting to talk about the history and like the publication history. Again, I tried to be informative and fun. So for those who are into Agatha Christie or who want to get into her, I think you might enjoy it. And it's finally a short video. It was like less than 20 minutes. And for some reason lately, I've been doing 40-minute videos left, right, and center. Your Agatha Christie books all match. Did you get a set? Yes. Yeah. So I'm totally fine with telling you all this. Like, it's not like you've got to wait until tomorrow, but I ended up getting like this free book haul. This woman dropped them all off, all the same editions from, like, I guess she had them in storage. She no longer wanted them. She had gotten, I think, like a subscription back in the 80s, kept them in pristine condition, and then just brought them to our library and said, use them as you'd like. And these types of editions that are like the leather bound books, they're gorgeous, they're lovely, but they're actually really not conducive to adding them to circulation for your library, because one, you've got to damage them a bit by adding like the call number and adding, say, like a digital tag. Sometimes you have to do that. At least at my library, we do it. And they also just don't circulate as much compared to the ones with colorful covers. When you're perusing a library, you're obviously looking for really, like, I don't know, like eye-catching books. And these gorgeous black traditional books just aren't as eye-catching. So the library elected not to add them to our circulation, but our assistant director immediately thought of me because I'm a huge fan of detective fiction and I work for She Done It. And so she gave me, there were 25 that arrived, and she and another coworker each took one, which totally fine. Like, they definitely, like, I wouldn't be surprised if more people wanted them, but no one else wanted any. So they gave me the other 23. So I was really lucky, like very, very fortunate. And it's just, honestly, again, just luck, because if you look on eBay, people are selling these for like $10, like $10 a copy. And then even if you go to, say, secondhand shops, you never really know what the condition is. They also are selling them probably for at least $5 or more, just because they are hardback and kind of nice. So again, just very, very lucky. So Shayna finished dinner. I also realized FedEx tried to deliver my replacement work computer. No, I always miss my mom and dad, but living alone is difficult when you are by yourself and deliveries. Yes, like when you need a signature, like seriously, isn't that? So my UPS person and they don't realize this, but they're like my best friend in my mind, whereas FedEx is my enemy. I swear, sometimes when they say that they've like tried, I'm like, I've been home all day. I work remotely for one of my jobs, like during the day, and I work at the library at night. So I was like, there's no way that I should have missed you. So I'm like, you're lying. You're a liar. And it's so frustrating. So I'm so sorry that you missed that. oh gosh. And especially when it's something you obviously really want, like a replacement for your work computer, you don't want that to be delayed. But so hopefully tomorrow, if they try again. No, it's almost 10 here too. Oh yeah, but I am a night owl. Yes, Christina, we support it. And then, it's your birthday. You could sleep in, relax. So yeah, I'm here for that. Now, where were we? We got to the Japanese drama, and then so I haven't watched it yet, but I want to. It's kind of like Squid Game, if you've watched that, but different. I haven't watched that either. Oh my gosh, I know, I'm so bad. I think I get nervous about like really hyped up things, and I know that Squid Games 100% deserves this hype. Like the amount of publicity and like everyone talking about it, and just like the social commentary surrounding it, I know that it's going to be really good. But I also just don't know if it's something I would want to watch like sitting by myself. I'm really weird about that. Like when I watch TV shows or movies, I tend, when I'm by myself, like because I live alone, rewatching things. But when I want to watch new things, I just have that kind of expectation to watch it with people. I think it's because like when I was growing up, it was always like a communal thing where we'd all like, if we were all going to watch something, everybody kind of sat down and watched it. And then I've got like a talking family, so we like literally have to commentate the entire time while we're watching something, which is very annoying to some people. So when I'm sitting watching something new, I want to react to it, but there's like nobody around. And so I just always tend to rewatch things when I'm by myself, and then I save watching new things for other people. But then when it's something really popular like that, like how many people can say that they've never watched it, and then they and I meet up. So anyway, but I want to watch that. I just don't know if I'll ever like get to watching it by myself. I love old school manga. Dragon Ball Z. Yes, I love it when I can catch an acronym and I know what it is. Inuyasha and Yu Yu Hakusho. I see a few new ones that look interesting, but I prefer books. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm so excited. You all have to give me recommendations because at the moment as I said, I'm reading Spy Family, but at the library, one of my coworkers recommended Library Wars, and I think that looks really fun. So and it seems really applicable to today, especially in regards to book banning issues and things. So if anyone's read that, let me know like if it actually is as good as my coworker said. Danny's back. Hello, welcome. You haven't missed much. Nothing like going for a walk at 8 p.m. and it's still being in the 90s. Oh my gosh, that is so warm. If anyone here isn't doesn't use Fahrenheit, that's like in like the high 20s, low 30s in Celsius from what I can tell. Like I'm pretty sure that's like 30 degrees. That is so hot. Oh my gosh. See, for me, even in the 80s, it's like 80s here, and I'm just like, nope, too hot. Like I just want everything to be perfectly like 60s for cool, 70s for warm. That's what I want. But at least you got your body moving. I love that. I should have went for a walk today. I didn't. Oh, you were talking about that on Nicole Sprints last week or the week before, right? Was it this? Yes. Yes, I was. Sorry that I've just been repeating myself for some of the people. I was very excited to see them. So yeah, yes, I can't wait. So it's coming out tomorrow. I think I said it for like 2 p.m. my time. That's US Eastern Standard. But I was like, we'll schedule it and not have to think about it after that. See, I hate UPS. I'm a huge shopper at Christmas, and the UPS guys like to avoid me. Isn't that so frustrating? That the problem is, like, you can't expect this, but service is so different to different places. And, like, the issue I've had is I've got 2 entrances to my apartment in a weird way, and I've done everything on, like, the FedEx website, on, like, the app to tell them to go to my back porch, and they never do it. And whereas UPS, for some reason, has kept to doing that, but I think it just depends on the driver and what they're willing to do and what they can do, and like locationally where you are. So I'm sorry about that. That really sucks. We live across a river. You have to drive over a bridge, so USPS won't deliver mail or packages to our house. We have to go to the P.O. box. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. I've always wondered how that works because I live in an apartment building, but I have a mailbox still because we have like a little parking lot and like everyone has their own mailbox. So it's not like, it's not those traditional apartments where you go down and you have to like undo the key and open things and all of that. But yeah, that's so interesting that you're just like, they will not drive to you. Like they could access, but they're just like, no, can't be bothered. Sometimes it gets delivered by FedEx or UPS and it comes to the house, but there are times we have to go down to the post office. Yeah, or I've seen where they say like they drop it off at location instead. Like rather than having UPS, FedEx, or like Amazon or other delivery services come to you, you say to deliver it to like their mail location, then you could go physically pick it up. I have a few times postponed my mail. You know, when you're like, oh my gosh, 15 minutes happened so fast. I always think it's not going to go by as fast as it does. But so when I go away on like holiday or I'm visiting family or something, I usually try to be good about notifying USPS like on the internet. On the World Wide Web, letting them know that I'll be away during these days, and then I go pick up the mail like when I get back. You need to watch Squid Games. I know. I'm dying for season 2. How do you watch parties? I'll watch it with you. Oh my gosh, that would be so fun. I've done watch parties before, but only on like certain platforms because I don't fully know how that works. I know like I've done it with Amazon before, like Amazon Prime, but there other services must do it. But that would be so fun. I've always wondered, like, you know how you can share your screen? I wonder if it would be like copyright issues. But like if we had people on screen watching it, we're technically commentating and responding to it, but like having it like the recording, is that, I don't know, it probably is copyright issues, but I feel like that'd be really fun. I've heard good things about Library Wars. Thanks. And also, hi, Cecilia. I don't know if you've been here and you've just kind of been like passively chilling out, but welcome. Thanks for joining. Yeah, I really want to read that. I feel like it would be really fun. It's been over 100 for 2 to 3 weeks straight, but I'm used to it here. Oh my gosh, you must be in a very warm place. It is really rare for me because I live in the like northeast of the US for it to ever get near like 100. Like we are breaking records when that happens. But I guess it is true, your body gets used to it. Just like for instance, like in certain cold weather things, like I remember growing up, we wouldn't even sneeze at the idea if it got, say, like in the teens or the single digits of how cold it got. The only thing that we knew is that if it got below 0, that was when we had the chance that there might be a snow day. Like it would be called like a cold day instead. So like it just depends on where you live. That's really funny. But also, I'm so sorry how hot it is. I'm glad that you've gotten used to it, but I wish we didn't have to get used to it. Drink a lot of water, everybody. Shayna says, I hate Florida. I don't go outside unless I have to. I can't wait to move back to New York. I miss home. Yeah, I know. Honestly, as someone who also was originally from New York, I miss New York. We had all 4 seasons. Nothing got too cold or too hot, at least in regards to like what my body can handle. Yeah, I feel like the Northeast has like the perfect kind of setting in regards to all 4 seasons. But I also haven't lived everywhere, so I'm biased. I went to Florida last August. Oh my gosh, in August, Laura, that is crazy. So hot, heavens. And then oh no, and then you got COVID, never again going in the summer. Yeah, especially like with how hot and humid it is. Although they say like the heat is meant to like counteract. That's why like we get sick less often, also because we're just out and about outside versus like being closed indoors. But that is a double whammy. I'm so sorry. There are a lot of communities near us where people live across the bridge, so we get a free PO box. At least it's free. Honestly, like that is the least that they could do for you. So that actually makes sense. Legally, they have to give you a free okay, legally they have to give you a free PO box because you can't receive mail. Yeah, like that totally makes sense. It's almost like one of those like human rights, like we need to have access to mail, which seems kind of weird, but you know what I mean? Like you shouldn't have to pay to have it there because it's they're the ones choosing not to give you the service when everybody else has access to it. You can do watch parties on Discord, or at least I have. Oh my gosh. That would be really cool. I don't have a Discord myself, but I'm a part of a lot of Discords. So I know that we were talking about doing like a Shadowhunters watching experience, like the TV show with Brittany over at Brittany Loves Reading. And I know that she and her friends, they have like the book club besties Discord. So maybe I'll reach out to her and be like, could we do something like this with Shadowhunters, but also with Squid Games? That would be so fun. Doesn't Netflix have a friend mode now? Hold, please. I'll look it up. Yes, please. Please look it up. And then in that case, Shayna can join me wherever you said. We could just like see who wants to watch it, and then we could all watch it on Netflix if we have it, because that would be really fun. everyone might need to be watching it on their own TV PC. I heard you can do watch parties on Discord too. Yeah, okay. That's actually very exciting. That would be really cool. Because, yeah, you know what I mean? Because you want to react and talk to people, and I feel like I'm in this enclosed space by myself. That's also why I never watched, what was it called? The one with the tigers, the Tiger King, when that was really popular back during like the kind of original lockdown period for a lot of people. It suddenly like blew up. I never watched it. I think I watched the first episode, and then I was like, this is crazy, this is really cool. But then I was like, there's no one for me to talk to about this like at the time. So I never continued it. But I learned various things from various people. Yeah, I'm in Texas. I get cold so easily, colder than 65 hertz. Yeah, a friend of mine who's originally from New York as well, like the southern tier, but still New York. Her significant other is from Texas. And so when she went down to live with him for a period, because they were doing long distance, she was like, it's crazy how I've become acclimated to this. And now when I come up north, I'm like bundling up way more than I would remember doing so. So we very quickly get used to temperatures like sprints. But when the timer goes off, everyone pauses to chat. That is really smart. I feel like Brittany definitely kind of mentioned that a little bit when we were sprinting together on Saturday, and I kind of didn't fully understand what she was saying. And I was like, oh, okay, that sounds cool. So that definitely makes sense, Christina. Okay, so you would all have to have a subscription to whichever platform. Okay. It looks like it works with Netflix, YouTube, Disney, Hulu, and Amazon. Yeah, so I guess that kind of makes sense because that's among their perks, saying, well, if all your friends have our subscription, then we can all do a watch party together. Yeah, that makes sense. I've also done a watch party through Facebook before. Does that make sense? I feel like I've done something like that too, but maybe I'm wrong. You're gonna tell me that I'm wrong? Does anyone remember that? What was that from? She's the wicked witch from the east, bro. Anyway, I don't remember it, so I'm not gonna embarrass myself and pretend that I know what that is. But I think you missed my original comment. Do you not get the one about teleparty? Teleparty? Maybe it might have jumped. That was probably my fault for missing that comment. But no, I've never heard of teleparty before. That's really cool. Yeah, I must have, I don't know if I missed it or not. Let me see here. Teleparty. Oh, that's really cool. Watch together on Netflix, YouTube, HBO Max. Formerly Netflix Party. That's interesting. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm gonna click on that. You know, the number of tabs you've all got me on. I have Kushiel's Dart from Rose recommendation. I also have Alice in Borderland now, and now I have Teleparty. I have so many tabs open because of these sprints, because I'm like, okay, keeping all of this in mind. I know that, so the podcast I work for, if you pay for like additional tiers, we have like this book club, and one of the things is a watch party. And let me see here, what platform does the host use? Because there's also something, I'm going to quickly look at it, and then I promise we will get to another sprint. It's called Cast, K-A-S-T. So that's the watching platform that we use on She Done It, and supposedly that's like also really nice. I also can type it in here. So I've added a comment. That's what that is, that we tend to use. So watch parties made easy. Watch whatever you want with friends online, movies, TV shows, you name it. Share your screen and camera, or launch content directly from Cast TV in your watch party. Obviously, like the only requirement is that you all have to have an account, I think. I wonder what, there is premium, but I wonder what that is. Like what that counts for. Interesting. I'll also include the link here in case anyone's interested in looking that up, just because that could be like helpful for other people. So like, I know that we use that for She Done It, but I've never actually, we do our launch parties on Sundays, and usually I'm like I've seen enough of She Done It during the week, so I don't usually participate in them. But I might have to look into that because that would be really fun if we all did that. We'd have to like plan it early in advance so that everyone can see, because I wouldn't want like people to miss out on that. Some shows on Prime, everyone has to own it. Yeah, I could see that. Like, I understand why subscription services might really try to almost create like walls, like firewalls, of being like, no, 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 no. If you do not pay, you do not get to watch. You do not pass go. You do not collect $200. Yeah. So, but we will have to put a pin in this and keep that in mind because that would be really cool. And then I get to watch things without like kind of feeling, I guess, FOMO of being like, nope, I'm the only person in the world who's never watched it. Okay, well, with that said, let me switch screens and we'll do another 45. I'm just willing to kind of keep going at this point. We'll see if how I feel after this sprint, if I call it quits or not. But if you guys are game, I am. So I will see you all in another 45 minutes. Don't forget to hydrate. If you guys all need water, go get some during the sprint. That's what I'm going to be doing. Okay, bye. Hello, welcome back, everybody. So I swear, every time I end like a section just before we start, another crazy twist has happened, and I didn't expect this next thing. And oh my gosh, I only have 40 pages left, but I'm really wondering where this narrative is going. Like I keep wondering who the person is. So now it's all dependent on if it all wraps up really nicely or if it's just kind of like well, nobody would guess this, you know? Like, I kind of need a happy medium. Like, I'm okay with not knowing or guessing who the right killer is, as long as it kind of, you got to give me a bone. But it is really fun. Like, I feel like I don't want to say too soon, but I feel like I might be giving it 4 stars or higher, depending on how the ending is. So, we can celebrate for Kaylan because she finished Legend. Yahoo! Oh my gosh, that is so exciting. OMG, I didn't expect to like it so much. I can't wait to start Prodigy. You might be able to hear there's a train of all things going past at the moment. So I don't know if you can hear that in the distance. But yeah, so I saw this comment before we got back from sprints, and I then proceeded to add it to my want to read list for Goodreads because it does sound really interesting. It sounds like it's dystopian, YA. It's a trilogy as well. And obviously, Kaylan just mentioned Prodigy, which is the second book in the series. So yeah, that's really cool. Oh, yeah, it looks really fun. Still have 8 chapters. I may finish tonight. Oh, Christina. Oh my gosh. I'm like rooting for you. But so you say 8 chapters. Now, are you reading it as like an e-reader? Is that why you're basing it off of chapters, or like how many pages are actually left? Because again, 8 chapters feels like a lot, but it all depends. Like, I'm sure they're not 30 pages each, like what mine have been, which is also why there's not as many chapters in the book I'm reading. Watching random YouTube videos. What is that? You know what? That is totally fine. You know what? We tend to like, you know, when they have the little suggestions and you start clicking and clicking, and then suddenly time flies by and you're like, how did I get to this random subject of a YouTube video? And then you kind of look back on the chain and you're like, oh, that's how I got to it. So as long as you had fun, and also you had already gotten to your reading goal today to page 150. So yeah, completely enjoy those random YouTube videos. I finished a volume of manga. Yay, good job, Cecilia. I'm reading Witch Hat Atelier. Ooh, very interesting. You know what? One, I'm wondering, is that like magical realism, or it sounds like, yeah, like is that what kind of genre within manga? I'm trying to understand how manga works, and I feel like there are different genres within it. Like, I guess Spy Family is kind of espionage, but it's also very comedic. But that does sound really interesting. Okay, we're gonna add it to the various things. Ooh, very beautiful illustrations. Oh my gosh, the characters are really cute and they're really cool with like their outfits and their capes and stuff. That honestly, that looks awesome. Okay, well, I guess I'm adding another series to my list for sure. What's so funny though is whenever I see that word atelier or atelier, I immediately think there were a bunch of like fry atelier places when I was living in Belgium, and I'm always like, oh, now they know how to make a fry. Somehow we've returned to potatoes, but yeah, that sounds great. For the first half of the sprint, I was looking at pictures of my dog that recently passed away. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I laughed too soon. With my parents, and then I was watching YouTube. Honestly, that's lovely though. Like, that's so nice that you all just kind of sat together and were flipping through. That's why sometimes, you know, it's a double-edged sword, right? Taking a bunch of photos, like being distracted by having photos all the time, but then you have these memories that you can immediately go back to. I have photos on my, not on my phone, but actually thanks to my personal Instagram, because you know we also have various phones throughout our lives, and like I have photos of my cat that I had since I was 5 years old. And she ended up living to age 20, which is honestly kind of unheard of for most domestic animals. But yeah, like it's nice to be able to return, like have a place somewhere digitally where you can kind of find like those photos and just like remember them. So I hope that they were really nice memories that you got to go through, and probably some goofy photos and wholesome too. Danny, I'm at 88%. I think I want to purchase this book to have for my collection. It's been so fun. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Okay, I'm gonna be back. I know exactly where this book is, I'm pretty sure. So let me go grab it so you can all see the book that Danny's talking about. Talk amongst yourselves, maybe. Okay, I had to grab it from my have read shelf, but this is the book that she's talking about right now, Death and the Conjurer. And honestly, it is so fun. I'm so glad that she's liking it. And it's not super long, but it's really great. It's got like this nice, very classic black inside. But yeah, so this is the cover. Oh, that makes me so excited. I hope that you like continue to like it at the end. I know for some readers, it's all very much dependent on the ending, but yes, maybe. Okay, we're gonna have to add this to our buddy reads for book 2, which is, I always forget what it's called, the Murder Wheel or something like that. We're gonna have to read it together if you enjoy this. Yeah. Oh, I'm so glad. And when I went out to look at the photos, they were watching an Agatha Christie TV show. What are the chances? Like sometimes you kind of start to think that everything in life is connected, because how were we just talking about Agatha Christie and then they were watching the show? So was it like a Miss Marple, or was it a Poirot? Was it something a bit more niche like Tommy and Tuppence? Of course, my favorite Agatha Christie like comfy watches are those with David Suchet, who plays Poirot. But there was like a 1974 Murder on the Orient Express. That is a classic, and that the actor for that is really fun too. Yay, so exciting. Yes, I'm totally into that. That looks really good. And I hope that the series continues to be as good as you found the first book. I am listening to it with the ebook sometimes. Okay, yeah. So yeah, it's always questionable, right? Because I feel like if you're listening to it, you can kind of speed it up a bit more quickly than how you might have read it. And I kind of had a feeling, isn't that funny when you kind of were like, they're not saying page numbers, so I'm wondering if this isn't a physical read. But you still could. You could finish it, just depending on if you like, aren't immersive reading, if you're just listening while you're puttering around. Yes, the suggestions are a never-ending rabbit hole. Genuinely, because then sometimes they're usually pretty accurate, but then you might find like a weird one that's based on like something you watched a month ago, and you're like, oh yeah, that's right, I liked that too. The type of rabbit holes I get through is like coupling edits, because I get really obsessed about certain couples. And then I always find myself watching like X Factor auditions, but not like, so I'm from the US, so not just the US, but like Norway or the Netherlands or other places. Like there are some amazing voices out there, and you get distracted. You just watch all these people, and oh my gosh. How are you liking it? I've heard it is so cute. Yeah, like the name in itself is really cute. Yeah, it looks really cute for sure. Let's see if Cecilia responded. It's full fantasy. There's a lot of mystery within it too. Oh my gosh, I love fantasy and I love mystery, as you can tell based on the various mystery things I've talked about. That is so cool. And she's confirming that she's loving it. It's so fun. So Kaylan says, I'm going to go now, but thanks so much for the sprints. You're so nice. Thank you, Kaylan. I really appreciate you coming and supporting, and you've been really like getting things done. Honestly, you've kind of been the MVP of these reading sprints. And you're able to kind of celebrate finishing a book, which, every once in a while someone gets to finish a book on sprints, but I feel like I'm never finishing on screen. So thank you for finishing your book for the rest of us. And I hope you have a great night. Good night. Adding to my TBR now. Yeah, honestly, I'm literally going to keep that tab open because it looks really cool. And I might do a thing. Let me stop showing the screen, and I'll share the screen again because I have it shared. Let's see here. My Google search. Like this looks like what it's kind of about. Like these are the covers. Isn't that really cool? Like it looks really interesting. This was book 1. Oh, look at that in the background, like behind her, the very kind of I don't know, villagey-esque, fantastical village. I don't know. That looks really cool. So I'm very much interested. Oh, let me flip this. There we go. So sorry, everyone. Yeah, so that it looks like that's book 1, and it does look really, really gorgeous, like really beautiful, very fun and whimsical. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I love that it has a mystery element, apparently, because that would be really cool. So stop sharing the screen, and then I'm going to present again for the time. You all are patient with me because this is just a mess. There we go. Okay. Switch back to me. I hope no one's feeling like whiplash because that was a lot of screen switching. I lost my dog Scrappy too on June 30th. Oh, I'm so sorry, Shayna. I write to all of my loved ones daily on IG. Just a short message, but sometimes to let them know I'm always thinking of them and love and miss them. Yeah, isn't it just like the small things, right? Letting people know, because sometimes it feels like it's obvious or that you don't have to show your love because yeah, like you're like, oh, I always have time. And so I feel like we feel that way with animals too sometimes, where they're unconditional love and they're so nice companions that it's unfortunate that they don't tend to live as long as we do. But yeah, I'm sorry for your own loss, Shayna, and I'm sorry that you had to say goodbye to your family dog, Tina, too. It was an Agatha Christie's Poirot. So classic. Like genuinely, the only thing that I'm so tentative on is that if I haven't read the book, I won't watch the TV show. And I probably, when I was younger, I watched all of them and I don't remember any of it. But now that I'm very conscious of it, because I kind of want to become one of those Agatha Christie completists, I'm like, okay, I can only watch what I've read. But I actually, with Agatha Christie's Poirot, one cool thing is they also do full-length TV episodes of like the short stories, and I don't really care about like having that spoiled for me. So sometimes I will watch the TV, the books or the short stories. I'll watch their adaptations. Are you doing more sprints, or was that the last one? It's so tough. So it's 11:15 for all of us, including you, Christina, I think. And so I think I might end up calling it tonight. So thanks for asking and kind of like getting it out there. I almost was going to do one more, but then that would reach us over midnight for me. And I've been staying up way too late. It's already too late anyway, but I think we're going to call it for the night actually. So if anyone has anything else to mention, to say, I'm again really enjoying Blind Man's Bluff. Thank you all for talking about your books and basically lengthening my own TBR. I have Legend now to look into. I have Witch Hat Atelier to look into. I have Alice in Borderland to look into as well, and just so many other books. So yeah, like this has been really nice, and it's been really like was not planned. So I'm so like honestly so surprised and so like thankful that you all kind of showed up because I wasn't really sure what was going to happen. I planned it like 45 minutes before I posted. So yeah, thank you all so much. Thanks, Laura, for showing up. Thanks, Cecilia. Oh my gosh, there's been so many comments. I didn't even look. Thank you, Danny. Yeah, it was so fun. And we need to connect. We need to make sure that we plan reading sprints too for you to join me on my channel. And yeah, thanks, Christina. And I hope you have the happiest of birthdays. I hope you have a lovely, lovely day tomorrow and that it's as relaxed as you want. You get to read as much as you want. And best of luck if you do end up continuing to read tonight. But make sure that you get a good night's sleep so that you can enjoy your own birthday to the fullest. I'm just going through the comments again, even though everyone already said thank you. Thank you for the sprints. Hope you have a good night. You too, Tina. Thanks, Shayna. It was fun, wasn't it? Yeah, take care, everybody. Good night. Thanks, Christina. I'm going to end the broadcast now, but yeah, thanks, everybody. Okay, bye.